Alright, hopefully everything's working fine. It's always a bit difficult for me to confirm whether this game has audio in the start menu. But yeah, it does. We'll continue off from where we left, which I believe is to find Zephon now.
Seek out Zephon's lair, Raziel. Beyond the ruins that greet your exit from the underworld. Armed with the Soul Reaver, you may gain entry where your path was previously blocked.
I'm a bit confused as to where to go. There's a part of my memory that's not exactly clear as to where you can use the Soul Reaver to open up. Wait, no. I think I remember. Very vaguely remember. Yeah, let's go on from here. They ought to be a little... An entrance to a fort or something that's blocked by both the Soul Reaver and the ability to phase through stuff. That's how I remember, but I don't remember exactly where that is. The camera is so weirdly jittery. I'm not entirely sure why that's happening. This is not the way to go. Actually, where does this lead? Is this a part of the human capital? Yeah, I think this is... Yep, this is the area to the human capital. I should be coming back here much later. There's no need for me to be running around here. I'll come back when I actually get the wall climbing ability from Zephon, because I think a lot of the stuff that you can get from there relies on the wall climbing ability. Which begs the question, where do I need to go now? Yeah, I can't reach here either without the climbing ability, at least. So... maybe I should seek some help from Ariel. Normally I'd have a vague idea of where I need to go, but I'll be honest, I am completely confused as to where to go. It's not even a difficult path to follow. I'm just not remembering exactly where this is. Right, I can't. I need to go back to the physical realm. Incidentally, I'm wondering, can I actually sequence Mikha here? Never mind. I don't understand it well enough to alter it. There's a way where you can sort of load in your jumps by using the menu. But I've completely forgotten how to do it. I remember doing it as a kid. Weird stuff, I know. Yeah, hearing Brazil's soundtrack is amazing as always. And that ought to be a shortcut from Rahab's area. You don't really need to bother with a lot of enemies here. At the moment, anyway. Except for maybe the guy over here. But I don't think he spawns a second time. I'm in Mikha's room now. I feel like I'm completely off base here. Well, there should be a teleport point right above, so might as well take it and go back to probably the pillars, right? I feel like that's where we ought to be continuing on from. Unless my memory is that bad. Wait a minute. Oh, right. The gate's right here. I'll be honest, whenever I play the remastered, and maybe the original as well, I kind of wish the camera was just slightly to the back, slightly away. It feels so weird playing a game with the camera so close to the protagonist. Buzz off, will you? No? Okay. And this ought to lead me to the tutorial area, right? I do not believe is the way to go. I don't even think I can cross this. Well, I can actually. Right. Right when you exit the underworld, there's this area with the circular spears, pillars. This is where we needed to go. Because now we can shift to the spectral realm and go through the gate over here. And this puts us at Zephon's Cathedral. There should be something else here. Now, you know what? I'm forgetting. Okay, you know what? Very quickly, I'm gonna quit the game, load back up again. And instead of running to Zephon's area first, I'm gonna run all the way to Mikha''s area because I completely forgot about our first magic. I remembered at the very end of yesterday's stream when we got a glyph and I'm like, wait, you can get a glyph before you get any magic? And then I'm like, okay, yeah, I missed the force magic glyph, which is in Mikha''s area. It's not the best glyph to have, but hey, might as well get it. It's actually going to extend some of the time to from us actually playing it, trying to get it. It's not too difficult to puzzle, all things considered. I think it's over here. Yep, this is it. And all you really have to do is just push all these blocks and make the glyph symbol. You get your first magic spell. I'll be honest, the music in the magic area is some of the best I like. And it's very video gamey, right? Just having a magic sigil floating down from the middle of nowhere.
Once acquired, these glyphs empower you with elemental lore. Each spell exacts a sacrifice of energy, however. Use them sparingly and wisely.
Yeah, now we can actually use this. It's not too useful unless you want to do something weird and funky with it. Right, I'm gonna save again, quit the game, load back up so we start in here, and then just exit out from the underworld. It would be a lot faster, I think, if I just did that. And we can head to Zephon's place. I'll take a look around the moat too, because I think the moat has a couple of secrets too. Probably places that we can't quite access just yet though. And now that you have your first spell, you can also find magic collectibles around. It's a pretty rare pickup, so you have to be very careful where you want to use it. The force clip isn't the most useful spell for casual play, I think. No, I love the little change we have to the environment over there too, because that place I think ends up getting sealed, so you can't actually enter the Elder God's abode in where the physical realm. So not really sure why I went into the physical realm there, because we need to be in spectral. And the way that we need to go is up through that entrance to the fortress. But I want to take a look around down here. I don't think we can access it until a lot of this place until we get Rahab's swim ability. I'm also remembering that Zephon's Cathedral is a place that I dislike immensely. I did not enjoy being in there one bit. Yep, I can't do anything right now. This is pretty much just meant to be an exit and not an entrance. I think later on... Okay, you know what? Never mind. It's never rely on my memory, it's always faulty. Just gonna take one little side path here, because there should be a sigil here that will give us our first health upgrade if we have all 5. Hello, my fellow humans. I'm just passing through. Oh no, this is not the sigil upgrade. This is actually the teleport point. The sigil upgrade is... Oh, right. You go through that underwater tunnel to get the sigil upgrade, and we'll need Rahab's ability for that. In hindsight, when I first started the stream, I should have just activated the teleport point. It teleported here. Yeah, but yeah. Faulty memory, I don't even remember that this was where the teleport point was. Because if you look very closely from over there, you can kind of see the sigil. And the only way to get is through that underground waterway. And I'll be honest, I hate Zephon's enemies. Because they do that one jump attack, which can very easily just get rid of the Reaver. They also take a while to die, even when immersed in water. So, thank you. What in tarnation are you doing? I kind of wish I had a weapon. Yes, exactly my point. Just taking a good look at these guys here. They have a lot more of the spider detail too when compared to their PS1 model. You can barely tell there's anything. Well, they do look like gangly spiders, but I never realized the 4 dots on the face were spider eyes. It makes a huge difference. No, I took too much damage. I'll get the Reaver back. Oh, don't. Okay. For a second, I thought the soul got stuck on the ledge. Occasionally, it happens, even though the soul can technically just go through the ledge. Did I even need to fight these guys? I think I have to phase through again. No, oh, it's a door. So I did need to fight them. And there's a bunch of them in this room too. I remember this place being very long. Like unnecessarily long. And there isn't a good weapon here. For me to skewer with them with, except way over near the door entrance. And as you can see, they recover extremely quickly. Not that way, the other way. Just gonna push you all the way over there. Especially the ones with these wing outgrowths, I think they recover way more quickly than the others. Wait, I can't kill you with the spikes? No, I can't. Okay, thankfully. Maybe I just needed to look up. There should be a weapon around here as well. Well, let's ignore that guy. I don't want to deal with him. At least not until I get a physical weapon. I think that little nook just has magic. Like a large magic fill. This is the way we need to go. A large and small magic refill. Nope. Oh, come on. I remember being able to climb up on that too. Like, there's a part of me that's genuinely not sure whether they fixed that in the remaster or not, for you to be able to slowly glitch your way up there. Oh wait, that was the way I needed to go. There's this little area too. Which is actually, if I remember correctly, the way to that little crevice of water we saw before. It's like an exit. Nope, never mind. I'm wondering if I can reach that place with when I'm in the spectral realm. But I'm also wondering if I'm gonna lock myself. Yep, nope. That was a bad call. Right, I don't have any souls. Let's go get that weapon back. Would like to have something to fight any day if we come across. It's just way too easy to be hit by Zephon's minions. Oh, the soul slipped away. That's unfortunate. And because they're vampires, they come back. It's gonna take me a while to remember that I need to finish them off. Lock on with R1 and not... Oh, and the trigger button. Playing Where Winds Meet for way too much. Oh yeah. I'm starting to remember the little tit-tat sound. The plunk-plunk sound, I guess, from the soundtrack here.
Once a testament to mankind's defiance of Cain's empire, this towering cathedral now stood derelict. The humans who worshipped here, dead for centuries. Its architects conceived this tower as a holy weapon against the vampire menace, a colossal instrument of brass and stone. The cathedral's pipes, once tuned to blast a deadly hymn, now stood silent, and these vacant spaces whistled their impotence.
And these vacant spaces whistled their impotence. Oh, right. I think this is what leads to the aqueduct. I won't bother jumping in until we activate the first mechanism here that would make the fans there start spinning and allow us to get back up if we need to. I don't particularly like the music track here, but I will give it kudos for when you go into the spectral realm, it actually sounds like somebody's hitting pipes. Oddly well, very appropriate because we are in a room filled with extremely large pipes. So is it just me or is the game unnaturally dark? Nope. Oh, come on. I don't think I even have... Oh wait, I do have the spikes here. I could toss them into. Oh, you recovered. Ideally. Too far. Okay, you know what? We're using the force clip. Never mind. There's a weapon here. Thank you. Trying to fight. I'm beginning to understand why this system did not return. Trying to fight them like this is annoying as heck. Get up, down. Weapon, please. Thank you. And we need to do something here. I think I need to come back later when that is raised. Unless there's a block or something I can pull out here. Not yet. Yeah. We need to find the first mechanism to raise that platform and then come in here to switch it on. At least we have a weapon now. It's kind of funny how Raziel has to do that manually. Like the last step is him just getting on top of it. It's all linear here, Calyx. So how are you doing? How has your day been? And you're gonna meet the one thing that you're gonna constantly be doing in Soul Reaver 1. Block puzzles. Oh, so many enemies here too. Yeah, I forgot about that. These guys love to interrupt. Yeah, okay. Let me see if I can find a way to deal with them other than with this. Like, having the Soul Reaver here is amazing, but... Oh, why did you not get any sleep? Were you up praying? I'm hitting you too. I don't want you all interrupting me at all. You interrupted me. The one thing I did not want to happen. I honestly think the combat in Soul Reaver 1 is very interesting, right? Because right now I don't have anything to kill them with other than the Soul Reaver. What they intend for you to do was to carry the bodies and just throw them onto the spikes here. But Zephon's minions, the minions here, are extremely aggressive. The moment you try to kill another one of their brood, they'll immediately start attacking. So I kind of wish they had something else to kill them with, maybe a shaft of sunlight or something. That might have made things a lot more fun, because you could just stand in the sunlight and throw the enemy bodies without worrying too much. Okay, 3 blocks. I'll need to turn you around, even you. Oh, did someone else get sick? Because that sounds like a situation where someone else called in sick and the boss is like, hey man, we're lacking people. We kind of need you to come in. It's honestly very exhausting when that happens. I've had that happen to me sometime before too. When I worked at the airport. I feel like that's a common occurrence when you're working at the airport. Wait, I did not intend to whip you over. Go back. Now, how do I... roll you up there in the proper... Oh, I need the other block too for this, right? I need to drag one of you out. Yeah, it's part of the remaster, letting you know that, hey, you can grab onto this. In the original, this was not there, so you kind of had to figure out what you can interact with. But okay, where did you come from? Where did both of you come from? Oh, for heaven's sake. The game really encourages you to lock on, but it's a lot easier to just deal with enemies this way. Okay, you know what? We're going back to the spectral realm. I'm getting back to Reaver. You guys are being way too annoying. Oh, it's not... Well, something like that. It's based on your progress with the puzzle, I believe. If you progress quickly with the puzzle, these enemies will spawn. Alley-oop. So the more blocks you put in the correct place, the game's like, hey, have some enemies to break up the momentum a bit. It is, I think, very much possible to avoid getting swamped by the mobs if you are quick enough. Yeah, one of the most interesting design decisions they made with the original Soul Reaver is that you get the strongest weapon in the game very early on, which is the Soul Reaver, right? You get it from Cain, which is arguably the quote-unquote second boss of the game. Although he's not much of a boss since you just go and whack him 3 times. And the caveat, however, is that the Soul Reaver requires you to play very... without getting hit. Not, I was about to say very careful. It's the opposite. You have to be very aggressive. And as long as you are not hit, you can kill enemies very quickly. It does so much damage, it only takes a few swings to put them into a critical state. To be fair, we know that it was all planned by Cain, right? I'm still not entirely sure whether Cain saw the end of the events of Defiance happening and that's why he waited in the room. But for him, Raziel is more or less the coin flip he needs to overcome the trap that's been done by the Hilden, right? Because the Hilden doesn't want a scion of balance around. They want to get rid of the entire human and vampire bloodline. And they were intending for Cain to be a noble sacrifice, but Cain, being the selfish person he was, completely ignored them and became a vampire overlord. Because when you get the soul, and he does seem to be aware that Raziel is linked to the Reaver in some way, because he will mention to Raziel that, hey, when the Soul Reaver is broken, Raziel will mention that he saw a glint of satisfaction in Cain's eyes. Don't hit me. I wanted the Reaver. The other nice thing about the Reaver is that as long as you have the Reaver, your HP or your health in the physical realm will not deteriorate, so you can explore at your leisure. But without the Reaver, you slowly lose your health, which is not as fun. Okay, that's one puzzle down. Just gonna jump down here. See where this little path leads to. If I remember correctly, this will lead to the outside of the fortress. And there should be a large drop-off, which I cannot come back from. Oh no, not another one of you. When I have no weapons. Oh, what's up? What news? Or do you mean the bombing? Oh no, never mind. This is an alternate path that I'll have to come back later. Ow. I knew it. I knew he was gonna hit me the moment I went out of that menu. Wait, which televised broadcast are you mentioning? I might have gone a little too far there. Let's go down first, because there should be a little secret there as well. It's probably televised, right? I mean, set up. Because they don't want to appear weak during these times, especially these times. I need the climbing ability before I can access it. There's a glyph up here that you can only get from climbing. Alright, we're going up. Now, I must not have seen this. I got a bunch of the news when it all started, but then slowly my feed went back to normal. I think there's still one specific shelf that's entirely full of that news. But I've not seen that broadcast, definitely. And again, I'd bet that's set up exactly just to make sure that people are not too worried. Alright, human enemies. Let's not deal with them either. Yeah, this cathedral is the longest segment in the game. For some reason, I feel like it stretches on for way too long. And what's worse is that the enemies will constantly be spawning as you're doing the puzzles and everything. Now, they're not the hardest in this room because you have that giant metal pipe you can stick in with, but Are you referring to the Mila Jovovich stuff? Because I can kind of see it happening, yeah. Okay, you are the most simple one. I'm looking for a block with only 2 ends. End to end. Yeah. I mean, they could have entirely just made it their own thing, but I've never heard anyone say that it has a lot of Resident Evil references. But considering that it's Mila Jovovich, and she was in the Resident Evil film that a lot of people hated. I hear an enemy. Where are you? Nope. Okay, never mind. Ah, yes, films, plural. I swear the sound effects in this game is making me think people are sort of making noise on the road. Oh, I still have not watched the Monster Hunter one. I know the Resident Evil films were received very mixed, but I have not watched the Monster Hunter one. Which is kind of a shame, because I think the later Monster Hunters actually do a really good job with story. Especially if you played the actual Monster Hunter story games. They are surprisingly good RPGs. Oh, for heaven's sake. I was just about to hit you with the Reaver. Maybe I agree with that for Monster Hunter Stories too. I felt like 1 was a bit lackluster, but it was their first time attempting it, so I think we can give them a pass, right? For that one. Not sure about 3, which came out recently. Did it? Wilds is the one Monster Hunter train that I was not involved in. I picked up a copy. No, I did not pick up a copy. I picked up the demo for the game before release, and I noticed that it ran like really, really bad on PlayStation, the base PlayStation, right? Because apparently Monster Hunter Wilds is amazing on PS5 Pro, and it is even better on PS5 Pro than PC. But for the base PS5, it wasn't running well, and I was like, I don't think I want to play it when it's like this. But I feel like both Wilds and Monster Hunter will kind of improve storytelling for the base Monster Hunter games, right? Because you have to remember, Monster Hunter came from a place where it was essentially just, you're here to help us kill monsters, please go kill monsters. It didn't really have a story per se before, and then Worlds and Wilds just came out and tried something. The knife throwers. Nope. Wow, okay, I almost got hit there. Now, count on Capcom to mess that up. Right, run and attack. That's the easiest way to deal with enemies when you have the Reaver. In you go. No, it's just spiraling around. Incidentally, what kind of stories were they telling in Violence? I am not at all sure. In the demo, you go and rescue that one kid, but and the setup seemed pretty cool. You were basically exploring an uncharted land where a tribe of people are living where everyone thought they couldn't live. So the setup was there. I'll at least say. What incarnation is this? Insofar as I'm aware, Soul Reaver does not have ragdoll physics. You are connected and on, and I can use you. And I need a triple junction for this. What's on the other side? Double. Double's going here. Wait, no, this is a straight, not a double. Oh no, you are the triple. You're actually what I'm looking for. Oh, okay. Because yeah, the tribe lives with their surroundings, right? So they okay. Whenever I hear that particular scream in the background of the game, I always and the surround sound in this is so good. It's making me think somebody's screaming out in the road, which is why I temporarily hesitate there. But yeah, the tribe is supposed to be living in harmony with the monsters, right? That's a huge thing in the stories games as well. And I guess they're kind of combining that in Wilds, but it didn't quite come to fruition. That's puzzle number 2. The tribe basically took over from an ancient civilization that was into making artificial monsters that don't eat, reproduce, etc. Wait, is there a reasoning behind creating monsters? Were they having the monsters work for them or something? 'Cause that sounds pretty odd, to be honest. Life finds a way. I'm more confused as to why the tribe was like, we need to have monsters which cannot reproduce. And us as hunters, were we trying to make sure that they can reproduce? Is that what was going on? Excuse me, good sir. I'll just turn this. And hopefully break it. Oh, it is. There we go. But I guess at the end, if they were promoting life, it makes sense in a lot of ways, because the story games again were like really very much focused on the same thing, making sure that hey, everything's working fine. You got to work together with nature and all that. Oh, okay, so no, never mind. I was assuming it was a descendant sort of thing, so I was wondering why their descendants would be like, we need to make monsters that cannot reproduce. I need to go back to Wild someday and see how it happens. I've been contemplating getting a PS5 Pro ever since Resident Evil 9 released, and I've heard a lot of good things about Wild's performing well on PS5 Pro, right? Especially with how... Okay, you know what? I'm not in the habit of attacking humans, and the human is actually winning here. Almost winning. And yeah, if you're wondering, these humans are sort of different from the others. The other humans are hunters of vampires. These guys, I understand, are vampire cultists, which is why they're hanging around in the base. We have control of a weather machine, a terraforming machine. Okay, I get it. That actually sounds like it has a lot of potential. I can see why people would be disappointed. Oh no, not these guys. These guys are not the normal humans. The guys that are passive are vampire hunters. They are against the vampires. These fellows are cultists for the vampires. So when they see Raziel, they'll start attacking me regardless. And just so you know that that was completely accidental. I don't remember this puzzle at all. I know you have to open 2, but getting the result on the first try was not what I was expecting. We have one more area to go to get the rest. Oh, for heavens. Nope. Nope. Give me back my soul. Thankfully, we have the metal pipes here. I can actually take care of these guys. Or get chucked into the spectral realm. The funny thing is the game just never quite mentions a lot of the stuff with the hunters and the cultists and everything. But if you had the older PS1 game, the manual was the one that was like, hey, there are various factions in Northgard. These are the guys over here. Oh, okay. Completely understandable, Calyx. It does look kind of like sewers, right? But this is not actually a sewer. This is a cathedral. Originally, right? Originally, when they were gonna make the Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver, what they intended to do was to make this cathedral, what they call it was a sound cathedral. And the original storyline was that at the end of the game, you defeat Kain, you get the powers to go to the very top of this cathedral, and this entire cathedral is a weapon by the human hunters to get rid of all the vampires in Nosgoth. And you can kind of see that was how they intended to do it at the very end of the game, because you're looking into time portals, and in one of the time portals you see Raziel entered in the cathedral to blow the organ or whatever it was that would send out this last large blast of sound across Nosgoth and kill the vampires. So we are in this cathedral right now, not to do that, but to hunt down our second brother, Zephon, who's taken residence here. And understandably, it kind of does look like a sewer, but it is not a sewer. PS1 graphics just kind of look like that. Correct. Even though it doesn't look very advanced, a lot of the Soul Reaver and Blood Omen games are steampunk based. Especially if you played Blood Omen 2, you'd see a lot of those elements in it. And this was the humans' final stand against it. But the humans lost the battle with the vampires, and Zephon ended up taking over the place. And we're slowly making ourselves to the top of the cathedral. So that we can fight Zephon. But before that, I need to fix all the pipes. I would love a Dino Crisis game. I think a lot of people would love a Dino Crisis game, right? But I kind of feel like Capcom's not ready for it. There's that one game where they actually, I'm not sure if you heard of it. I think it's called Primal. Need to do a very quick search for this again. Yeah, Exoprimal. Exoprimal was what I felt like their take on the Dino Crisis situation, right? And it even had that one character that had kind of a similar look to Regina. But at the end of the day, Exoprimal kind of failed. I was not aware that Dino Crisis released on Steam Classics, though. It might be a good thing. It might, right? Because they struck gold with the Resident Evil remakes, and now 9 is arguably their biggest release. So maybe they're sort of checking the waters for what's going to happen with a potential Dino Crisis remake, because I know a lot of people who would love to go back to the original Dino Crisis and Dino Crisis 2. I'm not a fan of Dino Crisis 2 as much on account of it being so action heavy. Oh my god, these two. Excuse me. Let me just do the puzzle while I look into your eyes. And then just run away. If you would let me. There we go. Primal is a dinosaur cartoon made by the maker of Summer. Okay. Not that one. Not that one. I know the one you're talking about, but no. It's called Exo Primal, and it was kind of Capcom's attempt, I'd say, at making a live service monster dinosaur game, which didn't exactly plan out. Am I doing this right? Do I need to do something more before I can actually go up? Because this will take me up further higher. And yeah, you can sort of see the enemy kind of blanking out. The Zephon's minions are actually capable of climbing up walls, but since I'm directly over them, they're kind of glitching out there. There we go. What's the best live service game? That's a good question, right? I think from a financial perspective and from a collaboration perspective, the best live service game is without a doubt Fortnite, right? It has had the most shelf life from any live service game, and it's constantly getting collaborations, everything. It's making bank. And whether I personally like it or not, a lot of people love Fortnite. It is enjoyable to them. They love it. Even people I know of my same age group are playing it. So there is a lot of fun to be had. It's just I'm not someone who's does very good with lots of quick, fast action stuff. Unless it's parry timings, which I can die over and over again. But that's another story. That, I believe, is the most successful live service game. The other most successful live service game has to be the original World of Warcraft, right? I love Final Fantasy XIV. But I have to admit that WoW has a staying power that is far beyond what Final Fantasy XIV can provide. People hate WoW in its current state. A lot of people do, but they still play it because there's an emotional attachment to it. Yeah, I think a lot of people believe that, right? That Fortnite is the reason that a lot of people pivoted to live service games. It's kind of like when Ubisoft came out with Assassin's Creed, people were like, okay, gamers love this formula. We're going to make bank on this. And so a lot of people, studios shifted to open world, and they had a lot of success in that vein as well. But then Fortnite came along, and Fortnite started making so much money, especially with the collabs and everything. People were trying to put in singers, movie tie-ins, franchise tie-ins, everything you can think of under the sun. And people, they are making a lot of money from that, that's for sure. Stop it. Don't suck out my soul. Oh, I cannot take... I actually put it there thinking I could take it, but never mind. I'll use the pipe instead. So yes, and if you want to see a very direct angle for the Fortnite thing, right? Look at the recent announcement for... you know what is it? Hunter's Gathering, right? The Horizon Live Service. The Horizon Live Service has a style that's very similar to Overwatch / Fortnite is what I'd say. Although it's more co-op than competitive, but we'll see. They try to bring in new players as well. Because if you started playing WoW right now, you have a few options. First is that if you if you're intending to play the original retail WoW, you'll be taken to Tutorial Island, which allows you to skip a lot of the content that the game originally had. They want you to get to the end as soon as possible. The other options are they want new players to try the older classic games, which is why you have the classic WoW releases in there too. So yeah, they're trying to bring in new players, and a lot of features, especially the most recent ones, I've noticed are very cross account. And I think a part of the reason for, oh my god, I'm actually dying. Part of the reason for that is actually to allow, yeah, I'm actually dying, gonna die here. Right, there we go. Back to the spectral realm with me. And I think a part of the reason for the multi-cross stuff is they want new players to be able to play with their established friends with a new account and get stuff. I'm back. So yeah, in this game, if you actually die, you're just transported into the spirit realm. Oh, for heaven's sake, knock it off. Is that how MTG players feel? Because with a lot of collabs, people are like, we have very overpowered cards, but it's kind of fun. And I feel like the collabs are also an attempt to bring in new players. A lot of players are now a lot more willing to try out mechanics for card games and everything ever since gacha became very popular. But I feel like there's a way to get up here. There is a way to get up there. I'm just, oh right. I need the climbing ability before I can get it. I need to defeat Zephon before I can get it. And can you blame them? Everyone's been trying to run after the live service model, and unfortunately it hasn't quite worked out well for them too much. Like you've heard a lot of things in the background from having like you could basically look at Square Enix and Sony, and it's all live service stuff. Square Enix tried with their AI games, they tried it with Marvel, the Avengers game, and both of them failed horribly, mainly because they were like, we can make this now and come back to it later sort of mentality. That didn't work out very well for them. Sony had a lot of live service projects running, and the famous one is of course Concord, right? But then you had rumors with Bluepoint having the God of War live service, with, to be honest, no one really asking for that, but hey. Oh, right, I still have more to do in this room. Never mind. There's another path out here. Nope, come on. Yeah, floaty controls is all part of the Soul Reaver experience. And I might need to go back to the physical realm before I go in, because there should be a door here. Oh, no, never mind. It's actually spectral realm. Odd. I remember sound actually being able to affect them, which is why I'm kind of hitting the bell, but it doesn't seem to be working at the moment. There's one down there. Should be another around here as well. Theoretically speaking, wouldn't they have to do that even if they released original MTG cards? I'd assume that regardless of whether it's a collab or an original, though I guess if a character is overpowered in their lore and they try to match it, that's a lot more annoying to deal with rather than coming up with original characters you have complete freedom over on. Yeah, okay, I can kind of see how that would work. Oh, I forgot to fix the pipe. I need to go back and fix it. Yeah, this is arguably the longest section in the Soul Reaver game, is Zephon's Cathedral. I don't think anyone likes it here. The enemies are annoying as heck. And you have a bunch of puzzles. But I think we're almost at the end. Because after we connect all these pipes, it should take us directly to Zephon. Yeah, if you hadn't realized already, Zephon is very much a spider vampire. Most of the lieutenants that were with Raziel slowly transformed into kind of hideous stuff, and Zephon took on the form of spiders because he liked to stay here and kill people. Like trap people, more or less. I really don't want to deal with either of you, to be honest. But I guess I have no choice. Oh, the gate. Okay, now I need a weapon. Should be a pipe around here. There we go. That was hilarious. So, correct me if I'm wrong, right? You're mentioning MTG. My understanding is that if a card got a little too overpowered or a little too broken, the community usually just bans them, right? Because there's that one flower card in MTG that's notorious for being very broken. Even some of the Final Fantasy characters, when you guys did the collab, a lot of people did not like it initially as well, I think. And there's one more thing to do with these puzzles, and I'm sort of forgetting where that one last pipe is. Because when you switched on the valve in the other room, you kind of saw a glimpse of the game going like, hey, you need to fix up this puzzle, this pipe over here. And I think it's the pipe that you run across right before this room. Yeah, you can kind of see the steam coming out of it here. There we go. Yep, this is the pipe. There we go. Now we can finally access Zephon. Like all of the areas in Soul Reaver, all things considered, this is the one that I like the least. Wait, no. If I recall correctly, down here is a shortcut. Yeah, okay. It is a shortcut. And if we go any further, we're going to run into Zephon. And compared to Mikha, I do not feel any sort of weird dread when I run into him. Mikha still terrifies me, and just the sound setting of that area, even though I'm an adult now, he still terrifies me. Zephon, not so much, and I think part of the reason for that is just because of how his voice is. Right? It's very hoarse. It's a cool design, though. Not so much the original, but I really like how...
Prodigal son.
Even the original's pretty good.
Returning for you, Raziel.
Zephon, your
Your visage becomes you.
It's an appropriate reflection of your soul.
And you are not his handsome Raziel anymore. His precious firstborn son turned betrayer. You have missed so many changes, little Raziel. Look around you. See how the human's weapon of destruction has become my home.
And yeah, this was what I was saying earlier. It's really sort of hinted with this line that the church was intended to become a weapon to wipe out all the vampires. But that's not how it ends at the end of the day.
A cocoon of brick and granite from which to watch a pupating world.
A crevice in which to cower, only scuttling from the shadows to devour a victim already ensnared in your cowardly trap. But you've made the mistake of leaving me unbound, and it is you who must succumb to my will.
Will, instinct, reflex action. The insect mind finds little difference. I warn you, brother. As my stature has grown, so it is matched by my appetite.
Come here, morsel. Step forward. It's not come here. Oh wow, he took. He just took a bunch. I don't think I've ever died to Zephon that quickly. Kind of hilarious. Oh, he ate his own. You know what? Never mind. I feel like I should be getting rid of his legs first, if I remember that correctly. Before I attempt to throw the cocoon at him. Because he can do a lot of damage. And I can't even tell when the legs are starting to attack or not. Is it glitched? It won't let me go back into the spectral realm for a bit. Max out on my HP and then come back. And yeah, if you want to move fast in Soul Reaver, just jump. It's a lot faster than actually walking.
Consuming Zephon's apostate soul has bestowed on you a new gift. Like his vampire spawn, you're able to scale certain walls which are otherwise impassable, but only in the physical realm. In the spirit world, these insubstantial edifices will not support you.
And Raziel is just walking away from the whole thing.
Mountains beyond the pillars, Nosgoth's cataclysms have exposed an ancient crime. Endowed with Zephon's soul, you may now progress where your path was hitherto impeded.
Where your path was hitherto impeded. Now that we have Zephon's soul, a lot of the games is opening up. The only other ability we would really need it will be Rahab's one for the swimming ability. But if you played the game up to this point, you've seen a lot of walls which are scalable, so we're going to be doing a bit of collecting once again. And I also kind of want to go down here once more. There is one more thing we can technically be doing here. And that's, I think, to obtain the sound glyph. Is it the sound glyph? I feel like it is the sound glyph. Oh, come on. You're technically meant to get up on here, which is why the game sort of glitches there. And I'll carry this in case the enemies in the next room have spawned. Okay, never mind. This Raziel's doesn't want to use it. They are in the most annoying of places, right? Right where you'd come out of the spectral realm. Weird. Was that all that did? I mean, I'm kind of happy it gets rid of the vampires down here, so we don't have to deal with them. But I feel like there was something more to this puzzle, Glyph. Was like a part of the wall reveals itself or something. Was I meant to come back later when I found the sound glyph? You know what? I did not know. Yeah, we still have a few places we can explore in the cathedral. The other place should be the first shaft with we fell through. Or floated through, I guess. Though again, I'm not entirely sure I can get to it fully. Like whether I need another ability or not. Right, there's one more puzzle here too. I'd forgotten about this one as well. This should be giving us the 5th stamina piece that we need for health. Like, Zephon's Cathedral, it's so puzzle intensive. Like, as much as I love the story for Soul Reaver, right? The puzzle sections in this area really just tend to drag on a little too much. And it's probably gonna be easier if I just get rid of you guys, right? Where's the second one? Hopefully he doesn't try to hit me. Thank you for waiting so graciously. Now we can attempt to do this final puzzle. Not sure if this room spawns enemies as well, because a lot of the areas in Zephon's place has a tendency to do that. Like if you take too long with the puzzles, enemies will start to pop out. And this one is a bit of an odd puzzle because all of the blocks are not here. You have to kind of put the ones that are already in there into the correct spots, and it's only after that the rest of the puzzles, the blocks, not the puzzles, just tend to appear. Or is it on the ceiling? Yeah, okay, yeah, they're on the ceiling and they'll just come down. I think you... So confusing. Okay. We drag one. And I know Soul Reaver 1 has gotten a lot of flack for its block puzzles, unfortunately. It's still a good game, mind you. A very story-heavy game. I really like Raziel as a character, and even Cain as a character. Like, even the brothers, even though they're kind of not exactly the most best of role models you should be looking at. Where? Okay, you are going over here. Let's just toss you one more time. No, Raziel, don't get on the block. You don't need you on the block. There we go. Technically speaking, it's up to the player if they want to do this extra puzzle. I hear enemy. Like, or no, maybe. I'm not entirely sure what's happening. The change in the music usually signifies that there's an enemy around. And whenever that happens, I'm like, where are you guys spawning from? One of you should be over there. Flip this. Yeah, you have spawned. I can hear you crawling around. Where are you? Did you actually spawn on top of the blocks? Is that what happened? Raziel is actually looking too. Around here. In the other room, maybe? Okay, as long as you're not interrupting me, you can stay right there. Also, something that I didn't really realize the first time I played Soul Reaver. Now that you think about it, they're very much looking at the ancient vampires. Like, this mural was probably representing the ancient vampires, right? With their winged forms. Not sure why they look like dragons, though. Or why humans are entreating them with what seems like a dead body. And after you push all those in, you get your second set of blocks. Nope, nope, you're not going in there. It's the other block that's going in there. Where would you be going in? Here, I think. Oh, nope, not what I intended to do, but okay. Come on, Raziel. It's probably my fault for being way too impatient. There we go. And the very last one, which will allow us to get the 5th stamina piece. I wonder how they made that specific sound effect right. I feel like I've heard that sound effect in a lot of PS1 games. And one of the games I remember that being the case was with Symphony of the Night. Now, you guys did spawn to this room. Okay, last secret that I can probably not access fully ought to be in this room with the climbable wall. It should lead us to a glyph, but I think I might need the force glyph or the force ability before I can actually get it. Yeah, I need to come back with the force ability to get it. Okay. I'm trying to remember if there are like any other nearby areas which we can climb to get stuff. But I think everything else, we sort of need Rahab's... Anything around Zephon's Cathedral would probably need Rahab's ability to further get. We can get some things from the human cathedral now, but I'll probably leave the cathedral for last because you really need all your abilities to get everything in there. Other than that, let me save and quit so that we start back at the Elder Guard and head to Melchiah's area, because Melchiah's area has a few places that are hidden where you need to climb up. Not entirely sure if I'm exiting from the right side, though. Is it the other way? I think it's the other way. So we want to exit into that large pond area where another health pickup is. And if you go through the lake, you can turn back to the physical realm in a place where you can climb up. Wait, do we have to go through that to reach the lake? Never mind. Let it never be said that Soul Reaver's layout is confusing. I need to play this game a lot more if I'm gonna memorize the entirety of Nosgoth. Alright, pickup number 1. It's that area over there. Can I just glide it to it from here? I think so. Pickup number 2 should be down here. And there's a path leading to where we can climb again. What a sight, right? You gotta love their designs for the locations. Wait, before that, there should be a shortcut here. Can I actually access it? I think I need to go through the area first before I can. Oh no, never mind, I can. It's this area that I can't access because a pillar will be blocking the way. And this has a health pickup again, I believe. I might not be able to explore this area without getting the force projectile. But it would be nice to have the shortcut around so that we can come back quickly. So let me very quickly send out a message to my younger sibling. Just telling her to drive safe on the way back home. Odd. Oh, right, it's over there. Or is it? I know at some point you have to shift to the spectral realm here. There we go. So that you can proceed further. Wherever this is. Because my mind ain't quite remembering where we're going at the moment. Camera, please. Oh wow, he managed to get it in a hit. I didn't want to lose the Reaver, but I think I could one cycle him. Not one cycle, I mean one shot him with the Reaver. There you go. Find your resting place. Again, wow. Let's toss him over, I guess. Not gonna kill him, but hey. Yeah, there's a health upgrade there that I'll need to come back to with the force upgrade, so you kind of want to have the shortcut unlocked there. And this will put us into one of the glyph temples. Which means time for another block puzzle. Which, to be honest, I don't mind because the music here is oddly satisfying. I don't even know why. No, I think... yeah, no. We need to do something with the blocks here first before I start randomly shoving things in there. Okay, I'm looking for a block with a spiral. That would be you. Raziel, please. Hmm. Not entirely certain if this is the right block for this side, but I'll see if it matches. I think it is. No, wait. Nah, is it? It's not. We need the other one, possibly. But you are not matching to that either. I'm wondering if the matching block is the one that's we've been pushing around here for a bit. Because I don't feel like this mural block has any murals on any sides. Yeah, not even on the bottom, if I remember correctly. Yeah, but it's just a blank block. Great. So the question is... Okay, yeah, no, I remember. There was another block around here somewhere. Half the puzzle for this glyph is just finding out where the blocks are. Okay, I kinda need to figure out where you're all going though. Side of a face. Not you. It's probably you, right? No? So what incarnation is actually going on with this mural? With the other one, I sort of kind of understood what it was trying to show us. But here, it's like people with very long tongues and the spiral. It might be... the spiral is usually representative of the wheel, right? So it might be just people being cycled through the wheel over and over again, or their souls being divided by the wheel, something like that. Yeah, and if you, again, if you really just wanted to complete the game for the story, this is optional. But I like to have at least one glyph that's offensive in nature, because it helps a lot when you can just use your magic to get rid of the annoying enemies. Okie dokie, that's one side down. Is this even matching? It is matching. I'm looking for the side of the face here again. Okay, you are definitely going on this side. Which means this block, as odd as it might seem, might be the one on the other side. Oh wait, I guess it makes sense. I have been thrown apart. I've been thrown for a loop because I saw this face and not this anything connecting to the spiral. But yeah, you are definitely on the other side then. Yeah, that gives us the Quake spell, which again isn't too useful. The first two glyphs that you can find are kind of neutral. The Force Push one has a bit of a use in that you can sort of manage to find a use for it, because if you're near spikes and you use it, it will push the enemies into an ambush state of sorts. The Quake one, I think, is just a stun. Oh, so give me a sec. I hear the door. Probably my younger sibling. Be right back. All right, and back. Apologies as always. Whenever I go, I usually take a break around this time because that's the time my sibling comes home from work, and I take some time to just talk with them, see how their day went. And I also used to take the time to get some water and a snack. I'm honestly still feeling a bit thirsty. I might get another bottle here. The snack I got was a bit of pizza, which was a bit dry, probably why I feel still thirsty, all things considered. Oh, wrong way. After Zephon, he wants me to go back to... Yeah, I guess this is fine. We need to go to the pillars. But I want to exit out here because there's another piece of health that you can take now that we have the ability to climb. There we go, second piece. It's gonna be a while until I get some more. I lost the Reaver. Actually, now that I think about it, is there something in that piece of water? I want to check before we leave. Oh, it's just you. I thought I caught a glimpse of something down there. And I'll very quickly turn to Spectral because I want the Reaver back. That little area is so weird, right? The track you're hearing right now is the audio track that indicates that you're changing areas. So that little block has its own music, it seems. I can also talk to Ariel before I leave from here.
Like a corpse in a shallow grave, corruption rises to the surface. Beyond these pillars, the defiled victim mutely screams its outrage.
Ariel's role in this is also kind of interesting, right? She is a lot more aware of what Raziel is than he is at this point in time. And I sort of have to wonder how that is, because it seems like she's tethered to the pillars, right? So how is it that she found out about where we're going next? I know it's just the game's hint system working, but yeah. Wait a minute. This always happens to me when I get to this area. I choose this door. I choose one door and then I'm like, what's on the other door? And honestly, not much different here. It's one of Duma's broods over there. I guess this is the way that if you wanted to traverse back to, yeah, the entrance, you could just go there. Well, that one directly allows you to just proceed. I don't want to bother with any of one of you guys, though. There are a lot of you, to be honest. You don't really have an incentive.
The ancient tomb of the Seraphim, once impenetrably sealed, now ravaged by Nosgoth's upheavals, its mysteries lay exposed. In the time of Vorador, centuries before Cain was made, the Seraphim warrior priests waged a merciless war against the vampire tribes of Nosgoth. Emboldened by righteousness, they committed unspeakable and indiscriminate acts of violence, massacring fledglings and ancients alike. They decimated entire bloodlines in mere decades. Now their husks lay here, murderers
enshrined. The irony again, Raziel of all people saying that. He just doesn't know how ironic it is at the moment. You know what? Let me just get rid of you so that I can take a good look around. There should be a window here. Oh, it's the bars, not the window. Yeah, that's the exit. Guess I'm going through the front door then. Could this even be considered a front door?
Take heed, Raziel. A forgotten history lies within. Know thyself, though it may destroy you.
As I pulled the stone free, A sigh of
Biospherical air escaped from the chamber.
I was not prepared for what lay beyond this threshold. These crypts, defiled caskets of Seraphim saints, bearing my brothers' names, and my own. The irony of Cain's blasphemous act rushed in on me with the crushing force of revelation. Were my hands not as bloody as these? Worse, I had spilled the blood of my brothers, these very comrades whose tombs lay ravaged before me.
Yes, Raziel, you were a Seraphim, born of the same force that all but destroyed your race. Before the dawn of the Empire, you were chosen. Cain, Nosgoth's solitary self-declared monarch, plundered this tomb and raised you from these crypts. Breathing his vampiric gift into your defiled corpses, he resurrected you as his favored sons.
Oh, what incarnation? He managed to interrupt me before I could get to him.
Heretic, you shall not pass.
Such loyalty to one who has you guarding this outpost like a chained dog. Do you prosper on the scraps he casts you?
Your insults will do nothing to blunt the agonies of your demise.
Cain killed me once. Behold the result. I have no more to fear from you.
This relic has infused you with the power to compress and manipulate space. As your symbiotic weapon, the Soul Reaver is also thus enhanced. You may focus and project an orb of kinetic energy to strike objects that are otherwise beyond your reach.
Interesting. I'm guessing that's the way back up. Now let me just do a quick check for where this is leading. I recall this being the alternative exit, but you kind of need to go deeper instead of back up. Yep, it is. Back to that little cubby hole we opened up. Yeah, once you get the force push ability, you are kind of very overpowered in this game. Essentially, you can just push each and every enemy in any way you want. Took me a while to realize that was climbable. Oh, okay, never mind. You got me. It's always the enemies that you least expect to provide you with trouble and give you a hard time. I'm just gonna go through here because I feel like this leads to where we need to proceed in a sense. Yeah, look at that enemy kind of stuck on the grating. Oh, come, what the? Just waiting for an ambush right there, huh? Okay. Can't do anything without a weapon, though. Okay, go back to the spectral realm, just restock, and we'll be back. Actually, now I'm curious as to what the other path leads to. I feel like this is the way you need to go, because it's sort of puzzle based, which makes me question what this is leading to. There is a vague memory where I feel like one of these hallways connects to a shortcut. I guess this was just for a magic refill. And in a sense, kind of teaching you that, hey, nothing here too, other than that one enemy soul down there. It was also kind of teaching you that, hey, you can break windows with your spectral abilities. Oh, okay, now I have the entire... Nope. The entire group after me. Okay, I didn't even need to stop there. I could have just gone into the spectral room. Yeah, we're definitely entering Rahab's domain. That means this gate here is probably the shortcut that I'm thinking of. No, never mind. Wasn't. And there really isn't anything you can find here. This is just a route. If you'd fallen into the water and you wanted to find a way out, I guess. There is a part of me that feels like I did miss the teleport point here. Do I need to be in the spectral room to reach that? Yeah, I do. Now there we go. There's the shortcut. Now the question is, do I want to stop here for the night or continue? Rahab's domain isn't too long. At least that's how I remember it. And Rahab himself isn't too difficult of a fight. I'm almost seeing the sun glyph here. It's kind of weird.
Once a sanctuary against the vampire menace, this abbey has been drowned by the deluge spilling from this wounded land. Your brother Rahab and his brood, devastated even by the feeble rays of Nosgoth's sun, overcame their vulnerability to water and retreated from the surface. Now they haunt these ruins and glide in the darkness of its stagnant depths.
If you're going the intended route, you could have actually just blasted him onto the spikes. Couple of paths for us to go. I think this leads down to the water. Another area with a bit of a tricky platforming situation going on. Let's grab this too, because I feel like I can actually throw it at one of the enemies on the other side who will be shooting at us. It's a bit easier in the remaster. Oh, wow. Okay, come on. We made it to the last spot and just fell over. That's what I get for saying it's a bit easier on the remaster. Yeah, doing the jumping puzzles is not actually, was not easy on PlayStation 1. You didn't have the full analog control. And even now, Raziel has a, like, you can't directly, well, you can actually. Yeah, if you try to turn most of the time, he has a bit of a lag there. Like, his movement speed is kind of exponential in how it increases. Here another enemy. I kind of just want to ignore them and move. Is this the way to go? Yeah, I guess that's the only way I can go. I feel like I remember there being an exit from the Abbey, and you could only go through it in one direction. Yeah, this is it actually, because the slope behind this is slightly higher, so if you exit from that point, you cannot come back in, because that gate is a little higher than anything else. So the question is, where am I going from here then? I can't interact with the stained glass while in the spectral realm. Get rid of the enemy so that I can have a proper look around. Probably just jump on the pillars one by one. Or something to that effect. This is the way I came in from. There we go. It's such a weird layout, right? I think most people, when they play the game the first time, will head for that route that I've taken, and then just automatically end up outside and off the route that you need to go to. Oh, right. Climbed a little too far. And we are on top of the Abbey. There was a part of me that was expecting that bell to just fall. Yeah, I remember these pillars too. Like on the original PlayStation 1, I was having, okay, no, never mind. Even on the remaster, I'm having trouble jumping on it. Because you didn't have the full range of movement, and it's very easy for you to overshoot. Come on, Brazil, why? I promise you, I had didn't have that much trouble when I originally played the remastered. I do not know why I'm having so much trouble now. And this kind of messes up what I was trying to say, because I was like, this is a lot easier on the remastered. That's not the case. It's still kind of annoying. Adjust myself very slightly with the crouch. Well, there we go. We are in Rahab's domain. The music is good too. Rahab himself has improved so much as well.
Rahab, you have adapted well to your environment, for one so maladjusted.
Do not mock me, Raziel. You of all of us should respect the power bestowed by a limitation overcome. Cain said you would come.
You speak with the murderer?
You would do well to mind your blasphemous tongue.
What more did he tell you?
That you would destroy me.
I will indeed. But tell me, before I tear your soul from its moorings, do you know what we were before Cain spawned us?
Human.
Seraphan, Rahab. The antithesis of all we ever believed.
Does it matter? We were lost. He saved us.
Saved us? From what?
From ourselves.
Oh, what? Okay. There's one more. He actually got me. Before the very final one. It's entirely possible for you to get all the windows before he manages to shoot you. To defeat you without that amount of health.
Infused with Rahab's soul, you have overcome your former vulnerability to water's touch. Immersion in water will no longer dissolve your physical body, enabling you to swim to areas heretofore beyond your reach.
The swim camera is quite janky, as you can see. And there are a couple of secrets around here that we can take now that we've gotten Rahab's ability as well.
Maelstrom of the Abyss, a subterranean tunnel leads northward to the clan territory of your brother Dumas. Endowed with Rahab's soul, you may swim to gain entry where your progress was previously impeded.
Right, but I kind of want to go back to the original area we were at before. Because there are a couple of secrets here that we can only take with the Force ability. I think the Fire Reaver is down here. All right. And now that you can swim underwater, you have this option right here. Previously, that was not something there. And unfortunately, lots of enemies here too. That just spawn out of the bubbles. Am I even going the right way? Nope. Oh my god, whoa, I got a bunch of you on me. No, I don't think this is the right way. I think this is the way back. This is sort of a shortcut back to the starting area, because this will put us right back in front of that one Dumo variant. Yeah, and you can sort of hear the transition music playing already. Still have people following me. Yeah. Not where I intended to go. There's a secret down there. And I don't quite remember if it's the Fire Reaver or if it's something else. I feel like it might not be the Fire Reaver, because it's, well, this game is short, so kind of hard to say. Oh, it is the Fire Glyph. Not the Fire Reaver. Bit ironic, all things considered. Having the fire spell in the middle of essentially the water level in this game. Oh, come on, you got me. If you just wait until I get the Reaver, thank you. I picked up the weapon when I was trying to attack him with the Reaver. Oh, wow. Okay, sure. Why not? kind of trying to remember the objective of this area. You have to bring a torch to that statue. So now we gotta find a torch. We've opened up the path. Oh, but you two are still alive? I thought I got you. No, wait. Give me a second. I hear someone. I completely forgot that I was on the break screen. I just started the game. Like, there should be another door around here. There's a very vague memory of mine remembering climbing up very high someplace. Or maybe it was very low someplace to get a torch. No, I was right. We were in this room. That's why I was remembering it being high. Is there a vampire here? Yeah, what I think I vaguely remember is that it's a lot easier to do this when you have the Fire Reaver, because you could imbue the Reaver with the fire thing, right? And then just make your way across the room without too much problem. Right now, I need to find a torch that I can bring to that somewhere. Excuse me. Can't quite remember where you got the torch from, though. That's the difficult part. I was hoping that route would lead us to the torch, but that's not the case. And these are not flammable objects, so no help there either. Take a look at the other room. Where these guys constantly spawn. That one vampire doesn't even notice when his brethren dies. Yeah, it's just weapons and not anything specifically. Again, this would have been a lot easier if I could just bring a torch or something. Nope. We're back where we started. There might be a torch on the other side of the room that leads down. Because one side has the brazier and the other side has the torch, and I remember kind of chucking it across the room so that you could reach this area with the torch. Oh no, never mind. Okay, then I'm officially stumped. Because there's definitely no torch in the brazier room. It might be I might just have to come back here with the Fire Reaver. And I'll be honest, I kind of don't remember where the Fire Reaver even is. Another vampire here. Playing with the fire. Because the fire rune's a pretty powerful ability to get, it's just a one-shot kill for most of the vampires. Kind of an odd decision to have you be able to close that back up. I think the game would prevent you from doing that. Oh, there we go. It was under the water all this time. Yeah, I must really admit, I don't remember taking the torch ever. I usually end up coming to the fire room much later. And at that point, I have the Fire Reaver, and you can kind of do the puzzle with the Reaver as well, I believe. It's been so long, I might be mistaken. And yeah, I basically just chucked that over there. And then chuck it back over there. And now we can go light the brazier and get the fire glyph. It's kind of weird. Like, I feel like there's a part of my memory that I might have missed something else here. Is usually by here, it is possible for you to get the Fire Reaver, which makes you incredibly overpowered. Like, there's a part of my memory thinking but like, you should have had the Fire Reaver by now. I think the Fire Reaver was in the Drowned Abbey, somewhere where all the monsters were lurking about. I was just moving around so quickly I might not have noticed. Glad to see you are all still around. Wasn't back in the main central room? Yeah, not this room. The room from the other side. Well, we have more than a few rooms we can actually explore here. So, I want to check the rooms we went through once more as well. Like, I feel like that's the room where I remember getting the Fire Reaver from, but I might be wrong. It's where we came from. And this central path leads down to that little area. Okay, let's check outside the Abbey. Maybe that's where it is. If not, I'll save and actually come back later. I kind of want to get it before we leave the raw place, but we do have a shortcut to it, and I'm a bit stretched on time right now. Already past midnight here. And work awaits early in the morning, unfortunately. Would be nice to not have enemies hounding me when I'm just trying to explore. There's the shortcut to the Abbey inside. Okay, now I'm... I need to be looking elsewhere for this. Wherever that is. There should be another puzzle here. Oh, I kinda need to get rid of you, huh? Where we sort of drain this place too. And that allows us to move the blocks. Being a spectral doesn't seem to change much either. Yeah, I might be a little too tired to be thinking properly, and I just need to come back with a fresh mind tomorrow. Because I swear, both the Fire Reaver and this room... Oh, right. No, no, never mind. I need one more ability to actually twist this around to remove that plug. But the Fire Reaver has to be someplace else. Well, let me just take a look at where the Fire Reaver is. Okay, yeah. My memory was leading me correct. It is in the room with the stained glass and all the eggs. It's just very easy to miss, apparently. Oh, come on, they got me. Kinda lost the Reaver here. It shouldn't be a problem. Probably get some souls here and teleport back. Oh, it's this place, isn't it? We needed to go deeper in. There we go. There's the Fire Reaver door. I'm gonna find if I keep going this way. Way back up. Guess that makes total sense. Yeah, because normally I always end up getting the Fire Reaver first before I go to the Fire Glyph, which makes that puzzle incredibly easy.
This elemental forge is tuned to the Soul Reaver's energy. Once baptized in this primordial flame, the blade may be imbued with fire at any future time.
Yep. Save here. I will quit game. I'll do a few more collectibles since I want to still remember them. Oh, it's already been 4 hours. Like, if you're playing this game casually, it's just a 10-hour romp, more or less. Where do I want to go? Do I want to go to Mikh'a? No, Zephon's place, but the one before Zephon, right? Because there are a couple of places that we can only access if we have the water thing. The swimming ability, why am I calling it the water thing? Mikh'a, the Human Cathedral, this one, because this is right outside the fortress. Yep, right, here the door again, be right back. Sorry about that. Small interruption. But yeah, I'm gonna get the health piece here and then see what's on the other side of the path there. I think that the path on the right actually leads you to the human fortress as well. And with the blast ability, I also have a couple of things that I can get from Zephon's Cathedral, including a magic gift. Honestly, I don't want to go in there. I kind of hate Zephon's place, but still. Gotta do what you gotta do. It just feels a little too long to navigate the cathedral. Hey Calyx, welcome back. You're catching me at the end of our adventure here. We defeated 2 brothers, and now I'm basically going on a little hunt to get all the stuff that we can get with our 2 new abilities. One of which is wall climbing, the other of which is swimming, and as you can imagine, all PS1 games with swimming has a lot of weird camera angles. I think Soul Reaver's one isn't too bad. The difficult part in Soul Reaver 1 swimming is that you cannot change the camera angle without moving the character. Like I'm pressing the thumbstick to rotate the camera, it's not working. The camera actually moves along with the character. No, it's all good. I'm trying to finish both Soul Reaver 1 and Soul Reaver 2 before March 3rd. Because on March 3rd, they'll be releasing the remaster of the third game, Defiance. So I'm more or less going through the story of Soul Reaver 1 and 2 before 3 comes out. But I'll probably have to stop here because I am just going after side stuff, and some of the side stuff take a lot of time. This is the light glyph, and the light glyph has a bunch of puzzles for you to take care of. It would be a lot easier if I just ignored these and just went to the story stuff. But yeah, I'll keep going for just a bit more because I know there's a shortcut here that I can activate if I go a bit further, and then if I save I can just teleport over here. The Dark Souls of puzzles. I guess, in a sense, I wouldn't call it Dark Souls. Well, a lot of people refer to Dark Souls as sort of very Zelda-esque. And I think, in that same vein, Soul Reaver very much feels like a Zelda game as well. Because with Zelda games, we are essentially going from boss to boss, obtaining new tools to help you get to new areas, and it's the same thing here. You defeat a boss, you get a new ability that allows you to go to a new area. Oh no, it's more steampunk than that, and there are no swinging axes here or lizard men trying to knock you off into the pits where a giant golem is trying to kill you. It's kind of hard to classify Shadow of Colossus that way, because I think a part of me is like, Shadow of Colossus is very, very open world. But yeah, I guess. I mean, Ocarina of Time is pretty open world too, and Twilight Princess to some extent. Maybe it's because with Shadow of Colossus, you're not really interacting with other NPCs and everything. That's why I'm probably feeling that way. Also, why am I losing the path here for some reason? Oh, there you are. Is that it? Like, the story in Shadow of Colossus is very minimal. Much to its own benefit, I think. Oh right, before I forget, let me imbue my Reaver with fire. There we go. I guess that's one way to think of it. The world is a character you interact with. Not to say that the story is not good, right? It's very much a way of storytelling that's only possible in a video game, because you're sort of figuring it out like a Souls game. And yeah, as you can see, once we get a few upgrades, Raziel can get very overpowered, especially now that I have the Flame Reaver. I don't even need to get near a lot of these enemies to get rid of them. Oh yeah, you can do that very easily in this game. There's a soft lock to the nearest enemy. So all you need to just do is just hold down triangle and Raziel will automatically aim at the nearest enemy. It's not as impressive as it looks. But yeah, what I'm gonna do is try and find the shortcut here. Or barring that, if I don't find the shortcut, just stop for the night. But yeah, as you can see, I don't need to be aiming or anything. Raziel will do that for me. The AI is kind of stuck. He's wondering what to do. Grace Ashcroft, right? Ashcroft is an existing character. I think that is one of the characters that was in the multiplayer Resident Evil, right? Let me look this up real quick. And from the trailer, I remember them kind of showing it. Yes, the Elisa Ashcroft is one of the playable characters in Resident Evil Outbreak, and it was sort of like a co-op Resident Evil game that you can play with other players. Unfortunately, the PS2 I had at the time did not have any sort of online connection. Very likely, because yeah, it's probably going to be in spoiler territory. I don't even want to press this link now that Resident Evil Requiem is out. Maybe, right? Like with the end of RE8. Okay, right. There's a block up here that I need to push down here. You're convinced it's the same character as the one in 9? Yeah, but Rose actually has a lot of her own abilities. I don't feel like Rose and Grace are the same people. But in the trailer, they showed another person in that situation, right? That person might potentially be a Rose variant. Okay, we got the fire going. The gas more or less connected. This puzzle comes in 2 parts. You gotta activate the gas to the lighthouse, and then you gotta activate the electrical machinery. Okay, so a bit of a spoiler for you, I guess, then. But they do show another character in the trailer. A younger character, so I don't think it's Rose, but I feel like with the way 8 ended, there's a chance that someone with Rose's abilities might appear and kind of have the same powers, right? Be gone. You are not needed here. Well, if you played, I didn't complete Resident Evil Outbreak because it's very much co-op and it's a lot easier when you have people. Ow! Oh, come on. People with you to play that game. But yeah, I feel like Ashley from Resident Evil Outbreak might have actually found something that's implicating her and her daughter there. The Grace herself might be someone that was experimented on, right? Like, there's a distinct possibility that that's the case. Very quickly shift to spectral to see if there's anything new. Nope. No, I'd say Rose is actually... Rose has the most potential to be the most powerful character. Evelyn, maybe next in line. No, not Evelyn. Because Ethan's ability to come back from the dead is kind of impressive in its own way, right? So, I'd say Rose, Ethan, and then Evelyn. She basically has all of Ethan's powers, more or less, because she's made of the same stuff. Like, she's a hybrid. And the DLC doesn't really show it too much until the very end. Which was a bit of an odd turn for that, now that I think about it. Because both Ethan's and Ashley's powers, Rose's powers, were based on the fungal type of mutation they did, right? So where's the shortcut I was looking for? I swear there's a shortcut around here somewhere. To this lighthouse. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna ignore you. Now I'm moving deeper into the puzzle territory. Okay, you know what? This puzzle is gonna take a while. It's better for me to actually stop the stream here for the night. Still have a few little things to do. I'll probably try to stream in the evening just so that we can be done with Soul Reaver 1. Soul Reaver 2 will take a lot more time than 1. The funny part is, it's very easy for us as people who played games to just completely ignore it being anything but game logic, and then in the second game they're like, hey, this was weird, why did you guys notice? Yeah, around 4 p.m. That's usually when I finish work and everything. Yep, everyone noticed, but what they weren't expecting for them was to have like a logical explanation for it. That's what I mean. One that ties back in the original, in the second game, in 8. No, I wasn't expecting it. Yeah, the reasoning, exactly. The reasoning for it. Is there's a part of me that just thinks they didn't really think it out very well, but then they saw the response to how people were reacting in the original to 7, and then they were like, you know what, we need to come up with something here. It's funny, right? The game tries to take itself very serious. Ah, wow, he's not even letting me go. The game tries to take itself very seriously, but by the end, I think the later Resident Evils all just jump the shark a bit. Like, it goes way beyond normal. And I fully expect Resident Evil Requiem to sort of do the same. By the end, to just go balls to the wall insane, right? Alright, another block puzzle. We need to connect the piping system. Yep. But since we're at the puzzle, I'm like, you know what, let's just do this. At least complete this segment, because this is the most annoying segment of the puzzle before I call it. It's okay. Our timings for going to work is slightly later by 1 hour, so I'm a bit fine with going for just a little longer. Sheepdog Wolf? No, I don't think I have. The name of it is making me think it's one of those browser-based flash games, which makes it very likely I might have missed, because a lot of my gaming when I was younger was on the PlayStation and not on PC. Alright. Raziel's done being a plumber. Classic PS1 game? Oh, I definitely not played that then. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take a quick look. It's gonna extend our stream just a bit. Sheep, dog, wolf, PS1. If it's a PS1 game, there's a very high chance I've seen the cover. Oh no, I have not seen the cover for this at all. Oh wait, I've seen this alternate cover with Coyote Wily. A Wily Coyote. But I have not played this. Are you reminded of Sheepdog Wolf from Soul Reaver? Is that what's happening? What's with the enemy music here? Game, please. Just allow me to casually float up. The PS1 was a very transformative era, so I kind of see it, right? Like each and every game was taking ideas from each other and sort of looking at what the others were doing. It's totally understandable, you kind of feel that way. Unfortunately, I have never played Sheepdog Wolf, but I have seen the cover. Well, yeah, and that should be the end of this puzzle too. Because this just drops you back where you started. come on, you've already respawned. Now, what's funny to me is that this is probably a Looney Tunes tie-in, right? Because you have Wile E. Coyote here, and even the dog is definitely a design I've seen from a Looney Tunes cartoon. Classic Acme feel. I think for that, the classic Acme feel that I felt the most from was from a Tom and Jerry game. Now, it was also a two-player game. You either play as Tom or Jerry and try to outwit each other. So I accidentally shifted to PS1 mode. It was kind of a weird split screen. Normally you'd split the screen vertically down the middle, but instead it was horizontally split. So you had Tom or Jerry on the top, and the other character would be on the bottom. Probably, it's very likely you've seen it too. I wouldn't. It was a pretty common game back then, and I feel like I remember a lot of people actually liking that game too, especially if you were playing in co-op. It was fun trying to outwit each other. And with this we have the light spell. But there's one more step to this puzzle. In order to get the light spell, you have to make sure the light is shining down into the middle. And unfortunately, the lighthouse is turning around. So, what you need to do is go into the spectral realm where time stops. And both the sunlight rune and the fire rune are extremely good spells to have to just quickly deal with enemies. Yes, the ironing board, it was actually one of the traps you could set it for the other player. You could set it up so that when the other player interacted, it'll fall on their head. So I feel like you might have played it too, Calyx. Extremely bright. But yeah, okay. I'm gonna save here and actually call it for the night. It's already 1 a.m. and I kind of want to do something else before I call it. Thanks for joining me, Calyx. I'll stream tomorrow evening to finish off Soul Reaver 1, and probably at night we'll start Soul Reaver 2. With a bit of luck, I can finish 2 as well, and then get on with Defiance when it releases on the 3rd. Night, Calyx, and if anyone else is watching, take care and stay safe. Wherever you are, take care, especially these days, right? With how unstable everything is. Correct, I am not one of those people who like waking up early in the morning. I eat now, and then I just go to sleep. That's how I roll. It's not too difficult for me because I have a habit of not eating at all from breakfast till evening. I don't like eating at work, so it's pretty much the same for me. It's just a lot. When you eat at work, you just get too lazy, right? That's the whole reason. But yeah, we're almost done with. Well, no, we have a bunch of places left because all these areas are locked. But in terms of story, I do believe it's only Duma, and then you can technically finish the game after that because Duma is the last brother that we can get in this game. Also, I'm not sure why this is not. Oh, right, I did not get the Drowned Abbey stuff yet. There's lots of collectibles to go. But yeah, we'll deal with that tomorrow. I might just skip the collectibles and just go the story route. As long as we have enough HP to just defeat enemies, we kind of don't need to collect anything in this game. But yeah, again, thanks for joining. And if anyone is watching, take care and stay safe. Here's Mikha, signing off. Good night, everyone.